Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Thank you very much, Patty.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Lord
The
Jesus.
meeting of the
Thank
Hawaiian
you.
Homes Commission is being called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference, moderated by me, Chairman William Isla Jr., and Commission Secretary Leah Burrows from the DHHL office, Halipono'i, at 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Tuesday, August the 18th, 2020. The time is 9:36 a.m. Pursuant to the Governor's July 17, 2020 Supplemental Emergency Proclamation for COVID-19, Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through August 31st, 2020, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engaged in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream this meeting via DHHL website. For each agenda item, staff will introduce the item and the motion. Chair will ask for a motion and a second. Chair will recognize staff to provide the overview. Chair will then call on commissioners one by one alphabetically by last name for questions or comments, and then chair will ask for a roll call vote. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Owl,
Here.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'apu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o,
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Taria,
Aye.
and Chair Aina.
Aye.
9 members present, we have a quorum.
Okay, so can we approve the agenda with agenda items E1, G1, and E2 move towards the end of the agenda following the exec session? May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
No?
Second.
Okay, moved in second. Is there anyone opposed to moving forward with this agenda? Seeing none, let the record show that it was a unanimous vote. We have the July 21st, 2020 regular Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting minutes. Are there any edits to the minutes at this time? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Okay, so all of you commissioners have the testimony on agendized items that were submitted in writing via the DHHL website. Testimonies received, well, there were no late testimonies. Okay, so all the testimonies that you received were received on time. Are there any questions related to the public testimony or any comments from commissioners related to the public testimony?
Yeah, I do.
Chair.
Okay, one at a, well, why don't
Go
I
ahead.
I know
Go
there's a
ahead,
lot.
Randy.
Go down the row. Okay, so everybody has comments. So why don't we go down the row? Randy, alphabetical order. Randy, comments, questions?
Yes. From comments coming from Maui regarding various issues, let's see, questions on the $2 million appropriation for an upcountry non-potable ag line. Let's see. Money set aside for cultural surveys. There's and what I just want to say is these are recurring questions that are coming up at our Mokupuni Council meeting, and it's popping up here on the G agenda. And so what I would like to do is have an opportunity for the department to respond to these questions for the record at this hearing. I do think that these questions have already been answered. I have spoken with the department to address these questions. I have received responses, so it's gone from department to me to Mokupuni. and then Mokupuni back to me, now back to the department. So I think I want to create a moment in this hearing where the department can respond directly to these questions.
Okay, Randy, I think most of the questions, if I read the testimony correctly, have to do with requests for updates on CIP projects and where they're at. So the $2 million for the water line and some of the other things. What I can do is ask staff to respond in writing and copy you on that.
Okay.
That would be a more efficient way of handling it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that works for now. As we move through this hearing, if anything comes up, I will let you know.
Okay. I think any broader questions that have to do with policy, if you have those right now, we have the other commissioners with, I'm sure, with some policy questions in their mind. You can ask, and then I may have to ask staff to follow up.
Yeah, it's more about the budget and how it's being spent for Maui. Again, I believe that the department has responded. I've provided those responses back to Mokupuni, but it keeps popping up at these hearings. So it's more related to the budget, what's left of what they believe to be unspent revenue, unspent money. And so I guess I can submit that in writing again. I've already done that once, but I'll do it again.
Okay. The difference that I see now is there's some specific questions on CIP projects. And so we can have LDD work on those specific answers. Is that okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. I'm going back to an old email. Some of the specifics were what happened to the 1.2 million for planning and design of a non-potable ag water line. $1 million for design for 90 to 100 acres of Keokea Waiahuli cultural preserves. $2 million for infrastructure for 77 Waiahuli Phase 2 residential undivided lots. A response was provided to the Mokupuni for each of those questions based on my discussion with Stuart.
Okay.
And I have that for the record in an email, but they keep resurfacing, so that's why I'm bringing that up. But we can do another transmittal via writing. That's fine.
We'll see if there's any updates prior to the last update we gave you, and then you can utilize that to provide answers to them.
Okay.
Okay. Zachary, you next?
Yeah, Chair, the only thing I have is what is the deadline to submit your testimony under these circumstances? For anyone that want to submit a testimony, is there a deadline, particular time frame that they got to get it in?
Yeah, 4:30 p.m. on Monday.
Okay. Thank you.
That's providing that we have the meeting on Tuesday. If we have a meeting on Monday, then it would be 4:30 p.m. on Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Zachary. David?
Thank you, Chair. The only comment that I have is regarding testimony number 2 from Jojo Tanimoto. I know she has raised a number of issues with myself and also with the department, and I appreciate the responses that have been sent back to her. I don't know if the latest correspondence from her is prior to or after the last correspondence from Andrew, but I appreciate that the department is following up with the issue of the gate in Kailapa and the other environmental issues regarding the cement plant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. If there's any additional information after the last response, then I'll make sure that staff provides you with that. Thank you, David. Michael?
Yep. Mahalo, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Chair, I'd like to make some comments on the testimony from Kau'i Alameda. So, as I think we all know, I mean, this is the issue with regarding to leadership at Panda Eba. This has gone back and forth, and so I was invited to a few meetings by Kawi and the board, the personnel that she had. But just to give everybody a background, back in the beginning of this year, the commission did approve for the Hawaiian Homes Association to use monies for mediation. And so we worked with AG on that. And then the COVID situation showed up, so mediation has been pushed back. So this situation has gone on and continued to go on. In the meantime, though, Ms. Alameda did reach out to me and expressed that they prefer to handle this through the community, the leadership situation, which my understanding, is from the commission's perspective, the way to do it, and we would stay out of the day-to-day business of the associations out there. But I think, given the history of this, even from before I started as a commissioner, there's been, what it appears to be involvement from the department. I think even the fact that we agreed to do the mediations, which I think is the right decision at the time, is showing that we're getting involved in their business. But I did attend a few meetings with Kaui and their group, like I said, as an observer, as an invitee, and their position from Kaui's perspective is that they would like to resolve this through the community itself. But from my observations, it seems like there are some challenges amongst the community themselves in acknowledging leadership. And so I just wanted to share that. It's a challenge. The only folks that I participated with was Kaui's group. The other folks that were the previous leadership, I've not had any communication or discussion with. So wanted to put it out there from a commission perspective that there may be a time where that we may have to consider more involvement in the situation, but hopefully the community can, from my perspective, can sort through this, and it looks like they're making efforts there. And the bottom line is the community and the association are the ones that are being negatively impacted, right? There's the moratorium, etc., and so that's been on hold. So I wanted to share those comments and concerns.
Okay, thank you, Mike. What I'll do is ask Ryan if Ryan is on the remote meeting. Ryan, can you comment on the last, I guess, update on the mediation side?
So I believe we agreed to put this on pause during the COVID matter. And so with the, I guess PHLCA's counsel, Lincoln Ashita, we've agreed to just put a pin in the matter until, the commissioners felt comfortable that we could go back into, progressing on the mediation side. I would feel more comfortable discussing, the plan of action in executive session if we can, but that's the update.
Okay, Ryan, thank you. What we'll do is we'll add it to the exec session discussion this afternoon. Okay.
Thank you.
Russell? Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Pauline?
No questions.
Mahalo. Dennis?
Chair, I don't have any questions on this. I forgot to mention, can we move on the agenda F3 to executive session? That's the ROE approvals.
Okay, we can move it along with the other three to after the exec session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no other comments.
Okay. Patty?
You're on mute, Patty.
Yeah.
Hi,
Okay,
aloha,
now.
Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we
So,
can.
so thank you. So mine is just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Awo, for bringing up a lot of concerns on the public testimony hearing that the staff will get back to you on this. I think it's really important. My other comment is, Mr. Chair, when as a commissioner that I have, and several of the commissioners, we received some of the emails from beneficiaries requesting for additional help or anything. What I want to see is a staff's assistance in, are we getting back to them? I have 3 initial emails that I think myself and other commissioners receive, but and I always try to get back and I forward it to your staff and yourself and your deputy, because it's not my role to go ahead and tell them what they should hear. But I'd like to see that at least you folks respond and say, thank you for your email, let me get back to you or something. And I think it's really important that when they email the commissioners, one of us should at least respond and not just ignore these emails of concern. So there's 3 initial emails that I have here that I haven't heard back. And so that's kind of like my concern, is getting back to the beneficiaries when they email us. And then when I forward it back to you, your staff, that someone can take action and look at it. If we don't have the answers, we can say, mahalo, we got your email, give us time to look at it. And that's my comment in receiving some of these emails as the Oahu commissioner. And thank you very much for that assistance.
Okay, Patty.
Okay.
Acknowledge that we need to be more vigilant in acknowledgement of requests. Normally, we do, and then normally, if it takes a while, that means that staff is doing the additional research that's necessary, because what you're seeing is one side of a story, and then there are other sides of the story that we have to get the facts. But we will endeavor to do better on at least the initial acknowledgement and letting them know that it is being looked upon.
There you go.
Okay.
And that's all it is responding. Thank you for your email. Let me get back to you, because there is both sides. But when we do that, they know that they feel good and they feel like, okay, somebody is listening. And that's all it is, because I don't want them to feel that they're ignored again. And I don't want to be a commissioner that when somebody emails me, I'm going to ignore them. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Zachary.
Yeah, I ditto what Patty is saying. So, all of the testimonies on the J agenda, in some way, somehow, and all the emails that are sent to the department before the meeting, if the department or staff can at least respond in some way or some fashion. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Okay, moving to the agenda, items number 2, consent agenda. Do we have? There we go. Morning, Juan.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Sorry, William, I was on mute. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Randy.
So as a result of the mana'o just provided by Patty and Zach, I want to go back to my original thought in my efforts to communicate with our Mokupuni. They have a series of questions and they have a few that I think just communicating via email, it has value, but I guess what I'm looking for consideration is that we create opportunities for department comments in this public forum. So it's part of the record and it's recorded on the minutes. So if and when it comes up again, I can just refer them to the public record, the minutes that the department has spoken. These questions have been answered, it's recorded, and then if you disagree with that response, then you can go at it again. But I'm trying to avoid going back and forth when questions are being properly answered, in my view.
Okay, would an example of that be the continued requests by organizations like Pa'upena for a land disposition for the former lands that were held. Can't remember the name, but it's a large, close to 1,000-acre ranch. I mean, the commission has said that we are not ready to provide those kinds of dispositions yet. Is that what you're thinking of?
Well, I mean, right now I'm focusing on this budgetary question that continues to resurface. You know, let me try to give it some more context. So, for example, June 14th. So, a question several days before that was asked. What's occurring with $1.2 million for planning and design of a non-potable ag water line for Keokea? I received a response, and that was transmitted to Mokupuni President Kikoa. And what it said was $1.2 million has been encumbered for a design and feasibility study to expand a water line that should service Keokea farmland. So that was already transmitted via email sample, but it comes up in our Mokupuni Council meetings yet again. And I think it's popping up on the J agenda yet again. Let's see. Culture preserves. A response was provided. What happened to the $1 million set aside for the culture preserve? A response was provided. Let's see, $1 million set aside for design. I mean, 1,000 set aside for design, leaving $900,000 for construction. So I'm going to stop there. And what I'm trying to illustrate is that responses from the department are being captured in an email by me, and it's being provided to the Mokupuni. But that kind of communication does not seem to be working well. So I'm trying to, in this instance, explore an opportunity where the department speaks directly to the Mokupuni Council on the record. We have to keep revisiting these issues, and when it comes up at a meeting, I can just refer them to the minutes. You know, that I know it's a long-winded, convoluted explanation, but I'm just trying to find a better way. And what that does is maybe some of what I'm providing, maybe I'm losing something in the translation. So if it's direct from department onto the public record to the Mokupuni Council, I think it's just clearer that way.
Yeah, you're not in the middle. Yeah.
So in order for that to happen, then we have to have the discussion at the table now for it to be included in the minutes. So I'm going to ask Stuart to provide additional information to get it on the record for the items that you're interested in answering. It appears to me that they're more interested in a timeline of when the project is going to be, or the timeline for the project that's associated with the appropriation. So I'll let Stuart try to address your questions, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Land Development Division Administrator. And so, you know, I think this is a great opportunity to share what has been happening. At last month's meeting, I shared what the Land Development Division and the department had encumbered in various projects statewide. So these projects, and we've had some discussion with the members of the Mokupuni Council, some more directly than others. But what I'll do is I'll briefly go through the various appropriations that were brought up in the testimony. And what we can do is follow up with more detail. So with the non-potable ag water system for Keokea, department was appropriated $2 million. And so we have encumbered that in a consulting contract to conduct feasibility studies and planning. When we received the funding, Department of Ag mentioned that there was no water source to be able to extend the water line from its endpoint to Keokea Waiahuli. So what we're going to do is we're going to revisit Department of Ag and the issue with the source, and that was actually part of the scope of the $2 million contract. And so we're going to also investigate other alternatives for non-potable water. So that money has been encumbered. We did have all intention to meet with the lessees and the community, but that's one of the projects that we've not been actually able to get off the ground with all our focus on other lot development projects on Maui. The other project was archaeological preservation improvements. So we encumbered a contract for $100,000. The remaining $900,000 is being reappropriated by the legislature back to the department, so we're not going to lose that funding. We're waiting for the reappropriation information to come back from the last leg session. Waiahuli residence lots 2A, we're really pleased to say that we encumbered all of the funds into a $8.9 million contract with Mira Construction. And so those new lots will be constructed starting in early part of 2021. So we're going through the plan approvals and the permitting and following up with SHPD on the determination, 6E determination for that project. So that's one of the top priorities in Land Development Division right now. There are two other projects on Molokai, and I think maybe I'll just bring it up now. So we had total of 1.5 million and another 1.5 million for Holihua scattered lots and Naiva subdivision. So to date, we've encumbered $900,000 for planning and design. And that's actually not enough. And so $2.1 million is also being reappropriated back to the department for additional design and to I don't believe we can start any construction with that because these projects are going to require multi-million dollars, like $5 to $10 million to install all of the infrastructure to these areas. So that's been in our budget requests, but as you know, department was only appropriated $20 million for lot development and $5 million for repair maintenance projects, and this is on a statewide basis. So we're really struggling with trying to get these projects into design, into construction, and so it's really a matter of priority and getting these plans ready to bid.
Okay. So the challenge is, there is $20 million on the table, and we have to try to get projects across the state incrementally funded so that we can continue moving the projects on. The reappropriation was not something that was easy to do. These were funds that were scheduled to lapse. But thanks to the staff's hard evidence and discussion with Senate and House leaders, we were able to get those funds for NAIVA and the other funds reappropriated. So what's supposed to expire in 20, the legislature in the closing days allowed for, we had to get approval from Budget and Finance, and then the legislature had to act and reappropriate that money so we didn't lose it and keep the projects going. Okay, does that help, Randy?
That was very, very helpful. And I think it has tremendous value when the department speaks, and it's hopefully going to be recorded in the minutes. Because what that helps all of us to understand is just how hard the department is working to spend money that has been set aside for various projects. And I just think that it's extremely useful to hear Stuart speak to these matters this morning. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Chair.
Yes, Zach.
Chair, yeah, I'd like to thank Stuart as well, but I have a question for Stuart. That $900,000 that was reappropriated for the NAIVA homestead, when do you think you'll encumber that money to do the design work? How long will it take you to do that?
Typically, Commissioner, our design phase usually takes about maybe about a year to year and a half. One of the issues we are following up with our planning office is regarding the potable water, and I believe we're in a process of requesting from Commission on Water Resources the water use permit. And so we're working closely with that, and maybe, I got to stay in my lane and allow Mr. Choi from the planning office to speak more in detail about that.
Thank you.
Aloha, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Stuart is correct. The department needs to submit a water use permit application to the Commission on Water Resource Management. Assuming that the Commission on Water Resource Management acts favorably on our application to be able to increase the amount of water we can pump from the existing well that the department owns, then we will have enough water for NAIVA and the Ho'olehua scattered lots. So we need permission from the Commission on Water Resource Management to pump more water from our wells in order to provide water to these future lots, or to the existing NAIVA accelerated lots.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I just wanted to add that our target is to submit our application to the Commission on Water Resource Management in early September.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Chair, I'd just like to make a comment. This is Dennis Aquay. Stuart, thanks for your information. One thing I just wanted that sort of hit home with me was the fact that when we put something out, we say, okay, we need we're appropriated so many $1 million to do a project, but not realizing that that's only part of the project. So maybe when we do some of these projects that we put out, okay, we have funding and this is only going to cover like 50%. So this may take a couple years to get appropriations to get a project done. I think that sort of would help clear the air on some of these things, these projects we have, to know that, we're not going to spend $20 million on a project right off the bat if we only have a $20 million project for the entire state. So I think a little more maybe clarity on what percentage of funding we have for that project, and maybe a ballpark on when we will maybe get funding or how that would extend that project. So people, we won't have these repetitive, what's happening. But that sort of hit home with me. It was good information. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dennis. Okay, without further ado, we'll go back to
I have a
agenda.
comment, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
go ahead.
Real quick, since we're talking about funding and being lapsed and everything, my question is concerning the Miley villages with the 800,000 planning and designing. Moving forward, is that fund secured for that project this year through the whole COVID year? Can somebody, do you have a question for that appropriation of funding there?
I've got to go check. Yeah.
Okay, we will follow up. Stuart doesn't have the answer for you right now, but we will follow up and get back.
Okay, and so on the same avenue on that, the formal Ulukekekui project that the commission agreed with the MOU for the November 2020. Can somebody get back to me also on that project, if that MOU is going to stand for the Catholic Charities Ulukekekui Miley Villages, if that project will stand during this COVID, or are they going to be leaving the Ulukekekui project?
Okay, we will provide that update to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. Okay, one. And then we're on the consent agenda. So maybe before one starts, is there any agenda items between D2 and D10 that any commissioners would like to discuss separately? Okay, hearing none, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Juan Garcia with the Homestead Services Division. We have 9 action items for you to consider with the Homestead Services Division recommendation to approve each of the respective agenda items.
So moved.
Second.
Question on the item.
Go ahead, Patty.
Question on D6, transfers of leases. Thank you very much, Juan. Aloha, how are you?
Aloha, Commissioner.
Love your new hair, and I don't know if it went this way or that way, but I love that look.
Thank you for that compliment.
You handsome brother, you.
Always work hard, because I can tell from your tan that you're out there. But my question is transferred. I received on a separate concerns and email on several transfers that some of the beneficiaries has called the office, and they have not had response. So is there a holdup on the certain transfers on some of the beneficiaries that are located in Anakuli that they're awaiting correspondence or waiting to see how far their paperwork is?
That could possibly be the case, Commissioner. I recall receiving one of your, or at least one of your emails, and I forwarded to the acting Oahu District Office Supervisor to follow up. I will make certain that we respond with just, if it's just the affirmative response to confirm we received it, that'll be the case. But I'll make certain that when I go back to my office, I will follow up on those emails.
Okay, by looking at the exhibits, I don't see none of their I watched it from last month and this month, so none of their names are on it. And so I think they're still waiting to see how far they're on it. And if, I'm not sure which staff, I don't want to blast anybody's name out loud in respect, but if people could get back to the beneficiaries, I mean, they've been calling for some kind of additional help, and they have had not a good response. So with that, I know that you'll handle the, the response to the beneficiaries. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, I'll make certain that we follow up with the beneficiary.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let me just ask real quickly, does anybody oppose approving agenda items D through D10, D2 through D10?
I have a question, Chair.
Zachary?
I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks, Juan, for you've been very supportive on Molokai, but yeah, I would appreciate if there's a way you could respond to some of the transfers from Molokai that I've emailed you. So, within a week or two, if you can let me know the status. It's the last one that I emailed you, so if you can get back to me on that one.
I will do that. I did request that email requesting for what was noted as an exchange, but I think it's a request for relocation from the Naiva subdivision. We will be addressing that directly with the chairman's office.
Okay, and then there was a transfer too for an individual in Molokai that I emailed you last week. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll respond, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no opposition, the motion carries. We go to
Thank you, Commissioners.
agenda item B, regular agenda, Office of the Chairman. Agenda item C1. Paula.
Aloha, Commissioners, Chairman. I have Moana Freitas.
Aloha, Paula.
Good morning.
Moana Freitas.
I have Moana Freitas with me. She's part of the project team. Moana, if you would, go ahead.
Okay, so this is my first time, so I'm just reading it.
Yep, just read it.
Okay, so recommendation, motion, action for award Department of Fine Homelands resident lot lease to applicants listed below for 99 years, subject to the purchase of existing improvements on the lot by way of loan or cash. And this is for the Kakaina subdivision, Waimanalo, Hawaii.
Okay, do we have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Dennis. Second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any questions from the commission? Okay, if not, is there any commission members that oppose approving this agenda item? See none. Agenda item is approved.
Mahalo,
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chair.
Okay, C2. Thank you, Andrew.
Aloha, Commissioners. The department is requesting an appointment of an investigative committee pursuant to HRS Section 92.2.5 and HAR Section 10-2-16B1 to participate in permitted interaction group meetings for the update of the department's general plan.
Okay, do we have a motion to consider staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, so commissioners, we received a few testimonies sort of questioning the timing of this proposal, and I just want to assure you that there will be adequate beneficiary consultation once this permitted interaction group has assisted the planning department with a framework by which to then go out and solicit comments from beneficiaries. So,
and just to provide additional context, Commissioners, the department has just initiated a contract with a vendor to help us to update the general plan update. To update the department's general plan. The general plan is a policy document that helps to guide the department over a 20-year time frame. During the course of the update process and the planning process, we will have beneficiary consultation meetings scheduled, at least 2 rounds of statewide meetings, depending upon this COVID situation. We also will have other opportunities for beneficiary input. What we want from the working group is a consistent voice and perspective from the commission throughout the planning process. We envision a series of 5 meetings with this working group over the course of 2 years throughout the planning process to help provide the commission's perspective in this policy document that would guide the department over the next 20 years.
questions, commissioners?
It's Dennis, I have a question. On will the committee be giving us regular updates on progress or as to where they're at as far as representing the commission?
The committee can. In addition, during the planning process, we hope the department staff hopes to update the commission at key points during the planning process. One of which would be when we arrive at a draft plan and also a final plan. But if the commission would like more frequent updates, we can do that as well.
Thank you.
Sounds like I hear a yes in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does anyone oppose approving
I have a
this?
question.
Oh, go ahead,
Question.
Patty.
So Andrew, you mentioned that you have a contractor in place to work on a general plan. Are you gonna, who is this contractor that's gonna be working on the general plan discussion?
The contractor that we have executed a contract with is SSFM International.
SSFM, okay, we worked with them before, oh, okay.
They're
And so
currently
yeah,
oh, sorry. They're currently
no.
working on the department's Hanapepe plan.
Okay, and the other question is, who will be selecting the commissioner's participation in this general plan, what you call, group?
They're already
It's listed in the
established.
Oh, I didn't see.
in the submittal, and I've had conversations. So the 3 commissioners and myself listed are the participants.
Who is that? I don't see it. What page?
First page, second paragraph.
Can you verbally discuss who's on the commission?
Sure. On the permitted interaction group.
Correct. The PIG.
Randy Awo, Russell
Oh.
Kaapu, Zachary Helm, and myself.
Okay.
I apologize. There was a typo in Commissioner Kaupu's name.
Oh, Kaupu.
Yeah.
Okay. Kaupu, not Kaapu. This is okay.
It was
Okay.
bound to happen one time.
Oahu, Molokai, and Maui. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
I have a comment, William.
Go ahead, Randy.
Just for the record, so Andrew has answered this question, but coming up from Maui Mokopuni was the question. Will there be opportunities for beneficiary input? But that question has been answered, so I just want to acknowledge that for the record.
Okay, thank you, Randy. I'm informed that we don't have a second yet, so can someone second the motion to consider?
Second.
Is that good? I believe it was Dennis.
Yes.
No, it was Mike.
Was Mike second? Dennis
Mike
was,
second.
Mike second. Okay. Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
I will ask the question again. Is there anyone opposing adoption of this motion? See none, the motion carries. Okay, we'll go to agenda item C3. Lehua is up next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agenda item number C3 is to accept the 2020 Annual Performance Report Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant for transmittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Zachary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
So the draft APR was provided last month. So this month, the main inclusion in the submittal was just to inform you some of the feedback we've received so far. I did get a request for a hard copy of the APR that was received and provided to a kupuna who resides in the Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Project. A Neighbor Island DHHL staff member explained to a beneficiary that the current and past APR are available on DHHL's website, and the beneficiary wanted to ensure that funding for the Keaukaha residential lots rehabilitation and infill new construction is still moving forward, An email comment noted that the NAHASDA grant is a welcomed assistance program for people to comfortably afford their home and should be made available to those who are still on the wait list and seek a property not on Hawaiian homelands. Another emailed comment asked how DHHL determines who gets help with homeowner financing since down payment assistance was not provided to turnkey lessees in Ka'ulokaha'i. And we will continue to receive additional comments till the period is ended and the report is submitted to HUD. So that was the latest update from last month and this month.
Okay. Are any questions, comments from commissioners regarding the annual report? Okay.
I have
Hearing
a
none.
question. Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry.
No
I have a
problem, Red.
question. My question is, what's going to happen with the $3.98 million balance, Lehua?
So the 3.98 million, when you look at the housing plan that this commission approved accepted in April, we underestimated the amount of funding for homeowner financing. We do that on purpose in order to basically we want to over deliver and under promise. So a substantial portion you'll see even on this report, as you can see, we only budgeted 1.4 million in homeowner financing for this current fiscal year. You can already see last fiscal year we used 3.3 million in homeowner financing. So a substantial amount of this funds is going to go to homeowner financing for vertical construction for our beneficiaries.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Any further questions, comments? Okay. Is there anyone opposed to approving agenda item C3? Hearing and seeing none, will let the record show that the motion passes. Thank you. C4?
C4 recommendation is the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the extension of the DHHL COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program from not more than 6 months to 12 months of assistance.
Do I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by David.
Second.
Okay.
So this item was brought to commission in draft form last month, given that the emergency proclamation period has extended from when this was first proposed in April 2020 to now we're in August 2020, and fully expect future extensions of that emergency period. It just seems appropriate that we would equally extend the assistance that's provided to our families who are struggling at this time. The only other addition is we may need to amend the housing plan. The most recent housing plan that was accepted by this commission, we removed HALE services because those are now being provided with trust funds. But given that we have a high demand, we're at about 53 based on this submittal as of yesterday, because I get weekly updates from Aloha United Way. We're at 66 families that have been approved for assistance. And so that would stretch the resources for HALE, which is really for homeownership. The needs of these beneficiaries often are more rental related. There's obviously some overlap with financial literacy for debt reduction or credit repair, but at the same time, some of the services are really unique. And so with that, we will likely be bringing a proposal to amend the housing plan, because now that we're gonna, if the commission approves this, we wanna ensure that these families also get financial literacy counseling in the meantime during this 12-month extension, so that when this subsidy does end, hopefully they're in a position that they can then take care of themselves without any other assistance. So that's one of the goals we have for next month.
Questions, comments, commissioners? Okay. Seeing none and hearing none, is there any members opposing approval of this agenda item? Okay, let the record show that it is approved unanimously. Next agenda, thank you, Lehua. Next agenda item up is the Centennial Celebration C6, and we have the deputy, Tyler Gomes, coming to the table.
Ano ai kako o vau o ka hopi luna ho'okele. We're here on C6, approval of activities for the July 9th, 2021 through July 8th, 2022 centennial celebration of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended. And the recommended motion is to approve the proposed activities for those date periods under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
Do I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Okay, the submittal before you is a proposal of activities and items that the department is considering for the centennial celebration. The activities and items fall really into two buckets: educational opportunities, which involve the lecture series, the opportunity for documentary, and they also include collateral items like the book that is proposed, as well as the calendars. Really, we're here today to gauge from the commission what you would like to see for the centennial. If there are items in here that you are not supportive of, please let us know so we can amend that. Or if you think there are things that should be included in the centennial celebration, we can add that. I would note that we did include cost proposals based off of what the department was thinking prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand that in this time period, with the restrictions on costs, there may need to be some costs made, but at least you have an idea of what the department was thinking prior to the pandemic. I would note, after discussion with both Cedric, the chairman, and Niniao Simmons, who's not here, the bulk of the cost in the proposal was associated with the production of a 12 series documentary, which comes out to about $300,000. For your information, if we were to do one documentary, the unit price, I believe, is closer to $50,000. So we could do one documentary for 50 or a series of 12 for 300. Again, there's flexibility based on what you folks would like to see.
Do you have comments or questions from the commission?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Zachary.
Tyler, thank you for your presentation. Was there any input from any of the associations statewide or any beneficiaries regarding what they would like to see for the centennial?
At this point, I think we're a little earlier than that point of engaging the community. Niniao, who is leading this along with Cedric, who's approaching the table now, has sort of been planning out what the calendar looks like, but I do imagine, and Cedric can add to that, what the engagement process looks like.
Yeah, so hello, Commissioner Cedric Duarte, Information and Community Relations Officer. We did not have an opportunity to consult with beneficiaries. However, what we did do is look at all of the annual Prince Kuhio events that happen on all the islands, and the department has participated in some way, shape, or form with these different events. But our idea in the proposal on the educational portion was to make sure that we support those communities with some type of resources as we go into the centennial acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, suggestions? How does a
question?
Go ahead, Patty. You're back on mute, Patty.
Can you explain? Can you hear me?
We can now.
You hear?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Now I'm going to press. My goodness. Okay. So item H, can you explain that one, that item? And just to add that last year in March, during the COVID, when it started, I know that CNHA, who plays a big part in the Native Hawaiian community, they had planned the Prince Kuhio parade that was originally in Waikiki, and they brought it down to Kapolei. And so I pray that we don't go through a COVID next year in 2021, that we can insert something like that, working with CNHA, and to have the Prince Kuhio parade back into the Kapolei region. It was canceled in March. I know a lot of other events during that time of March this year, acknowledging Prince Kuhio was canceled. So I'd like to leave it open that that can be a discussion. And these are beneficiaries that came up with this planning of Prince Kuhio celebration. So I will support this motion, but I'd like to leave it open that we have them to also acknowledge of their cancellation and their postponement of March 2020, that we can allow them to participate in this centennial celebration.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. In fact, we had planned to participate in the parade. We had a
Yeah.
float actually ready to go.
I know.
Some music. We even have a banner that we had already ordered, and we'd
Yeah.
put some strength behind it. When in a previous life before I came to the department, I had advocated about
Correct.
4 years ago for moving the parade from Waikiki out here to this Homestead area,
Correct.
and that thought has gotten support from CNHA as a partner, as well as the city and counties, mayor's office of culture, the arts, and Hawaii Tourism
Correct.
Authority. So we definitely want to support that effort out over here as part of next year's acknowledgement.
Okay, great.
I would just add, Commissioner Taruya, that in addition to our willingness to participate in 2021, I think the 2022 Kuhio Parade will be another opportunity to support, since it technically falls in that 1-year timeline that we're looking at. So there's 2 years we're looking at for continuing to engage in those community events.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, there were a lot of cancellations this year. Mary Marnock, our Prince Kuhio Festival. And so, these are all planned, working really hard, and then last minute canceled. So I'd like to have that inserted, that we open up and work with these Prince Kuhio celebrations. Those who had to cancel and postpone, is that they can now participate with the department. So with that, I will be supporting your motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
Let me answer the question on H. To answer your earlier question on item number H, Ho'a'i Mamna'ala for Commission and DHHN employees to honor the 100th anniversary of the Prince's passing, January 7th, 2022. We just thought it would be a good idea to get the staff as well as the commissioners out to Kuhio's final resting place. Many of us have gone there for various Prince Kuhio days in the past, but I think there are a lot of staff and possibly some commissioners who have not been there before, so we thought that we would incorporate that as part of this plan.
Very good, thank you. I know civic clubs all over, they participate in the visual and cleanups and everything out there, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I do.
Cedric.
I'm there at least once a year.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Clean out.
Yeah.
Cedric, I think
Yes.
this is a perfect time for DHHL to get a positive public exposure for all the work that we do. And I think DHHL taking the lead is similar to Kamehameha, the Kamehameha Parade. You bring all of the entities in the Hawaiian community together, and you're focusing on Kapolei. Whereas for Kamehameha, because the Royal Societies for which we participate on Hui Ka'ahumanu, and we go to Mana'ala, Kauaihau Church, and we participate in Kamehameha Day, you'll do the same for Prince Kuhio in Kapolei, where a lot of our Hawaiian community reside. And there was initial resistance from the Hawaiian community for the Royal Societies to move, because all of our things are in Honolulu. But when I discussed it with our ladies, that we participated before they were shut down, and they were really disappointed that we didn't do it. So if you go out early and you meet with the community, especially with the Royal Societies, and us, the Ahahipu, you have great support, and this is a great thing for DHHL. I'm looking forward to it. A really positive celebration for all the good that DHHL does. And we will totally support you and this effort for next year. So I think it's really, really good. And thank you so much. I think the activities are really good too. I don't support the $350,000 video. I'm sorry. I'll go with the 50,000, but not 350,000. Anyway, that's my mana'o. Thank you.
That's the kind of comment we were hoping for. So do other commissioners feel that way too?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, David.
Yeah, that was my feeling as well. I would think that it might be, the money might be better spent if we were to put some time and effort into working with our different associations to see how they would want to celebrate, support them in that celebration. So that, I mean, it truly is something that they're going to participate in, as opposed to just having something that's static or that they're going to watch or something. So, and then my other question was with the annual report book, and I know that it's a sliding scale depending on how many actual volumes we order. But again, if you took that money plus the money that you would save from the documentary, I don't mind doing one, and maybe do something with the communities and maybe even the non-homesteader communities to get them to participate in this celebration, because it is really about them. So that's just my comment. Thanks.
Okay, those are valuable comments. Other commissioners? Is there support for a reduction to one documentary episode?
Can I share one more comment?
Sure,
When you
Ben.
participate, thank you, Mr. Chair. When you participate, and I love what David says, is that a lot of times we look at funding. So when you participate, nonprofits that are already established and do these events, they have the ability that they can go out and raise these funds, in other words. So when we planned with CNHA, the Prince Cohio Festival, there were no state funds involved. We got sponsors to do it. And, you know, when you look at Kapolei region, you got a lot of rich sponsors there. So they provided the funding where we didn't have to go to the state or city or use grants, but use sponsors to activate these type of events. So with that comment, if there's any type of planning, I would like to be a part of it. I'm going to volunteer as a formal special event coordinator for the city and county. As I retired, I enjoy doing events, and I'd like to be a part of with your staff to help initiate this positive Prince Cohio Festival events during this time. So I'm just a volunteer, and I put in my two hats and can volunteer and work with your staff. So I look forward to that. Just to add, I'm going to add just a little pitch. On the 24th, Monday, we celebrate Duke Kahanamoku's Ocean Fest. We all know with the COVID, for this year, we are not putting out the surf meet, but I will be down at the statue to bless the statue and do a pulikako, and we're going to do the Ocean Fest viral, but we're going to be at the statue, several of us, and to celebrate Uncle Duke's 103rd birthday. So this is the only year that we won't be having a surfing contest for 1 year. But we thinking out of the box. How can we continue the legacy? So I just wanted to share that. Thank you very much.
Right on, Patty.
I have a question for Commissioner Ka'apu. I just want to memorialize it. Your suggestion is to maybe scale down on the production of the annual report book to the lower tier of production, and then use the savings there as a portion of funds to support community engagement. That was your suggestion? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners?
This is Pauline. I don't support that. I don't support Allure and annual report. I think that we should keep the annual report the way it is.
Oh, Commissioner.
And I also don't support not accepting state money, because I think that the state has a responsibility to our organization, DHHL, to give its fair share. So sorry, but I don't support that either. I think we should still accept whatever state money we can get. And I think that if we can get outside money, we should take that too. Sorry.
Mahalo, Commissioner Namuo. Just for clarification on the annual reports, the proposed item for the annual reports is a compilation of the very first 5 annual reports to document the early years of the commission. Our budget for our existing annual report will not be touched by this. So I think Commissioner Ka'apu is suggesting produce maybe 5,000 copies of the compilation versus I think the proposed 10,000.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Or
Thank you
maybe-
for clarifying that.
Okay. I'm just scanning the.
Hi,
the
Tyler,
screen,
can you hear me?
See if there's any hands up, but
I just wanted to comment that we can use Hawaii Tourism Authority's funding. We can use that under that, and we can start using grants and plan ahead. That's where the funding come in. In the Department City Granted Aid, they have MOCA, Mayors of Office and Cultural and Arts. They have funding for special events like that. So I'm not saying not to include state funding. There is sources that we can tapping on grants and sponsorship for this. So we can imu and go home.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
Yeah.
Chair, Mike
yes,
here.
Mike.
So I wanted to ask Tyler, on the documentary series, it's listed as 12 episodes. Are these 12 episodes all different? It'll be different topics?
The original idea was, yes, that we'd cover everything from Kuhio's life to the history of homesteads prior to the passing of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Kuhio's fight and his tours around the islands in order to advocate on behalf of the act, the passing itself, including the hearing, which much of the testimony is still relevant today, and then looking at the impacts of the passing the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act up through the present. So yeah, it would be 12 different episodes really going into depth, including Kuhio's vision for the county system, which is also really his invention, as well as the civic clubs, and how all of these pieces play together for more robust and rehabilitated Native Hawaiian community.
Okay.
Oh, like a chicken skin.
Would each episode, what would be the duration of each episode?
We were thinking approximately 50 minutes, 50.
Right, okay, I saw that. Okay, so basically you're saying that if we decide or chose to do only one episode, it would be 50,000 roughly, which and then so for 12 episodes, it's really 50% discounted because 50 times 12 would be 600. Okay. But
and if let's say we take it down to one, obviously we can scale up the length of the documentary to at least make sure we hit all the salient points. So it could be a little longer than 50 if we do just one.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be supportive of something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to add anything?
No.
Okay. Would you like us to come back next month and bring us a scaled down version to the commission for approval at that point? Okay, I see lots of heads now nodding. Okay.
Yes. Yes, and to include the topics that the episode will cover.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, so we'll defer action on this agenda item to next month.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
Next agenda item is F1, Kahana. And you want to bring that up? Go ahead, F1.
Morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F1, LMD is requesting for approval, for HEC's approval to proceed with 2020 renewable energy project solicitations and for delegation of authority to the chairman to facilitate their implementation. Various Hawaiian homelands listed herein, islands of Oahu, Maui, Molokai, and Hawaii Island. This is a joint submittal with the planning office also, and I also have my staff person, Alan Llanos, who will take it from here.
Okay, do I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
That is.
Second.
Okay.
Aloha, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Alan Llanos with the Land Management Division. Both Land Management and Planning Office are recommending approval of the actions, the motion stated in the submittal. And I wanted to point out that the reason for the delegation of authority to the chairman is basically the same that we made in December 2018 for a 2019 solicitation. And that was in order to accommodate any unforeseen matters that might arise. during the application process and the leasing process. And here's just a short list of some of the things that might arise. And then right now, we're still trying to finalize the sites that we're going to be offering for the upcoming solicitation. We're trying to figure out how many solicitations we're going to be offering. And there's other considerations such as what the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions might do in affecting our leasing process or the application process. And more importantly, the statutory leasing process that you see in the submittal in Exhibit A actually takes approximately 6 to 7 months. And so, DHL, in order to participate or provide lands for these developers who will respond to HECO's RFP, we have to initiate our process quite early. And that's the reason why we're doing it at this point rather than waiting for final RFPs from HECO to initiate our process. So if there are any questions, I can try to answer them at this point.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Okay, since there's lots, hold on a second.
Alphabetical.
Yeah, since there's lots of questions, I can see everybody.
Alphabetical.
We'll start with Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to do my best to contextualize what I'm trying to say here. So I see in terms of having the chair oversee this kind of complex initiative and negotiation, I think there's a lot of practical value to that. But again, this is coming from our Mokopuni Council. There's strong objection to delegating that to the chair. And I think if I heard them correctly, the belief is that it should be coming from the beneficiary. So going back to just trying to parcel this out in more practical terms. Again, these negotiations are very complex. We have timelines that have to be met. Solicitations for bids are complex, and then it's overlaid by HECO having to approve a portion of what's required to move forward. So, but I do think there's value in going back to beneficiary input. And what's currently missing from the process is a formalized pathway for beneficiaries to participate in consultation before certain decisions are made that come before the commission. And the reason there's value to that is that every time decision-making occurs where the department has agreed that as a result of the solicitation process, they have identified a vendor and the land upon which they are prepared to move forward. By the time that comes to us for consideration, we go through this recurring series of very strong objections. So I think the general plan that's currently being set up, it's very timely for this particular subject. And if I'm understanding this correctly, I don't think the general plan for lands that have been determined by the department not to be developable lands for 20 years, I think it falls into one bucket, an ag bucket. And what I think would be helpful as part of this new deliberation or this recurring deliberation with the general plan is that we create another category for a renewable energy projects that opens the door for beneficiary consultation as part of that plan. So I'm just throwing that out for discussion. I think renewable energy is relatively new in our bucket of things that we would like to do. And the general plan deliberation affords us an opportunity to get caught up to that. So that's just my manao. I hope it makes sense, but that's what I'm thinking.
Very much.
Okay. Zachary?
Yeah, for me, I think it's really vital that the beneficiaries on Molokai will have that opportunity before any types of decision is being made regarding renewable energy. As you well know, Molokai is very outspoken when it comes to certain types of renewable energy, and it's a very sensitive issue, but also it does benefit our people, and the thing too is how will it benefit the beneficiaries, and that's to me the bottom line. It's going to come down to that. What will the beneficiaries get out of these projects? So that's all I got to say. So I think it's something that I really like to make sure that there always will be included before any decisions is made by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. I'd like to just address the comment that you made. And I would address it this way. So which beneficiaries? Is it the beneficiaries that have leases right now, or is it the beneficiaries that could benefit from additional revenue off of available lands so that we can invest in infrastructure and get people off the wait list? That has always been the challenge for commissioners and the department. Which beneficiaries? We hear the voices loud and clear of the beneficiaries who have leases. Getting the voices from the beneficiaries who are on the wait list is a little bit more problematic. But when the department presents or considers action like this, the action is coming from the viewpoint of return on available lands. And in these times of crisis, as you can see, the legislature is not appropriated too much more money, even though our revenue on current available lands is down. But it is this revenue that allows us to take the revenue and apply it to further projects, as Dennis was saying earlier, to further projects along where we have sort of these funds that are available because we have these lands that are available for leasing. So I just throw that out there for thought, because we have multiple beneficiaries that we're looking at servicing.
Well, I think it should include all beneficiaries, even those that are on the list. But the thing about it is, I think getting everyone involved, and also the impact it will have, whether if it's economically or whether if it's environmentally. I think that's a big concern for me on this island, more so. But I would include all of the beneficiaries, even those that are trying to get on the land. But for me, I think if this is one way of creating revenues for our department, that is great. But at the same time, how will it impact environmentally? It's another concern of mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zach. David?
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question to Commissioner Helm's question. And so would the additional beneficiary consultation be, aside from the consultation that's shown as item number 11 in the leasing process, or were you hoping for something earlier prior to the final selection, before the applicant goes into this leasing process?
Well, earlier would be, I think that would be a good idea to have it earlier as far as getting the beneficiaries involved.
Because I think there was, in discussions with our planning office, they were planning to have some contact with the communities prior to proceeding. But yeah, I don't know what to extend because we're still, as I mentioned, that we're still in the process of sorting out through all, various issues to handle the solicitation.
I think what Alan is alluding to, it's difficult to have beneficiary consultation under these circumstances. We're trying to figure out a method in these COVID times to allow for that input. We haven't decided on the best system for now, but we hear you. We hear the concern.
And also, if it's too early, there won't be anything in writing or concrete, so to speak, to share with the beneficiaries for consideration, unless we're just talking about general matters.
That's a good point, Alan.
Well, I'm sorry. In one point of time, you can continue to do what you're doing and go through the process, and as we move forward, and then, I'm pretty sure it's okay with the community, and we'll just take it one step at a time, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Zach. David?
Thank you, Chair. What strikes me, and I agree with Randy's analysis that there should be, when you're doing the general planning or for the planning for the general plan, we should take into account the particular pieces of property that will be available or may be available for energy use, or renewable energy use. And I know our state has committed to be all renewable energy by, I think, 2035. So I'm expecting that we will be having there will be a lot more proposals so that PICO, HELCO, whoever it is, can invest in more renewable energy. So I think on one hand, you want to designate what we think properties that are available for general leasing, and also that would be good for renewable energy projects. I think the earlier we can do that and get the beneficiary consultation, then it doesn't come as a surprise to them because they've already given their input. They'll get a report on, look, we've designated, for example, on your page 3, on these islands, these acreages for potential renewable energy, and then get their manao on that. And then when the project come up and are proposed by HELCO, I agree that the chair should have authority to move these things along, subject only to giving a report to the commission. So for whatever reason, but I think because it is such a complex matter, and the timeframes, as Alan was saying, and we've seen it how many times, are that these things just happen very quickly, and people have to put in their proposals. They have to go do their due diligence way ahead of time, and it doesn't lend to a nice, easy process of coming back to the commission. So I support giving the authority to the chair to handle those matters, with the exceptions that were listed. But I would like to see us do some planning so that we know which properties are the ones that we would like to use, and then go get the beneficiaries consultation on that. I think it makes it much easier on a going forward basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. So the properties that are listed, I think, in the submittal are the properties that I think the department in its review have met the criteria. I'm sensing that there is a desire to have beneficiary input on those properties. What I do also understand, when we do that, then we get into the basic sort of discussion of we get into the discussion of revenue generation versus rehabilitation, right? Why aren't you allowing beneficiaries to organize companies to bid on these projects? And so that's something that I think if we're going to respond to this current request for proposals, I don't think that we have a lot of time to do so. We can probably get some input, but it comes at the risk of, beneficiaries saying that they haven't had the proper time. So what are your thoughts, commissioners, on that? Starting with David.
And Chair, I'm not particularly saying that we need beneficiary consultation, because as you look at the deadline, August 25th is the public notice of solicitation, right? So in reality, there's no time. I was just saying that since we are embarking on a interactive group for a general plan, maybe part of the general plan can be identifying what Randy said were the areas, and then that you got a lot more time to work with the beneficiaries, and not necessarily on this particular one. And I agree, if they know, if the beneficiaries or beneficiary groups know that these are going to be available, they can get ready so that when the next proposal comes up, they can then participate in that way. And I know, for example, in Kona, I think Bo had a group that wanted to bid. They didn't get selected in this last round, but they certainly are aware, and they certainly can bid and see what happens.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, David. Let's go down the list first before I come back. So, Michael?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to start off by responding to the motion. So I fully support the department soliciting proposals, including the community-based renewable energy projects. And in addition, I also support delegating authority to the chair. These timelines and requirements by Hawaiian Electric changes and can change very quickly. And of course, there's still commission approval for a right of entry or a formal lease that would have to go through. So those are the two things I wanted to mention about supporting. I do want to comment on several things that fellow commissioners mentioned. Yes, number one, a big one, and I've heard this from numerous folks about, why lease property when we can be building new homes, rehabilitating. And it comes back to, well, maybe we don't have the funding and the opportunity to get revenues from these properties, which I'm sure our staff has looked at as being the best available locations for potential renewable energy projects. Yeah, the state, like Commissioner Koppel mentioned, the state is has a requirement to be 100% renewable by 2045. I think we're supposed to be 30% by 2030, and we're a little bit below that. So there's going to be a lot more solicitations, and I think participating in this at the beginning provides us opportunity with the lands that we may have available. So I think there always will be folks against. I think the beneficiaries on the wait list would probably be very supportive, because it could provide opportunity for revenues, and perhaps we can apply those revenues to infrastructure for new developments, for associations, etc. But outreach is very important, and consultation, that'll be very helpful. So we just have to figure out what would be the best opportunity in the time frame with these solicitations with Hawaiian Electric to include beneficiary involvement. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Russell, any thoughts?
No comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline.
I'm in support, Chair. No comments.
Okay, thank you. Dennis?
You're on mute, Dennis. You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. So again, I support the initial proposal. Since none of these are on Kauai, I really don't want to make too many comments. Just a general comment that you know what Commissioner Woe said, that is we need to look at the committee that's going to be handling the general plan to look at designating areas, specifically designating areas that are going to be used for renewable energy based on a comprehensive study and have extensive beneficial consultation. I think that's important, because then when we get into these issues, it's not like you know, they all start everybody starts getting excited, at least. And we got to be careful on the areas that we select for renewable energy, that it is a prime area for agricultural. So that's my only comment at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Patty? You're on mute, Patty.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I have a concern on the scale table line on page 3. You have Oahu, and I'm concerned that Nanakuli is listed. From my understanding, that parcel that we're looking at, is that the Nanakuli Ranch?
I believe so. Yes.
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, and so
there are
my concern is, during our homestead time, and during that time, Chair, you was a DLNR at that time, the Nanakuli residents and community were so adamant of Nanakuli Ranch being used for that type of initiative. When we did do our regional plan adopted in 2018, there was no way discussion of Nanakuli Ranch, that parcel, was going to be no solar discussion during that time. Not at all, not at all. The community in the regional plan that we adopted just 2018, community consultations were discussing of different community use. There were no way discuss of that. Currently, from Waianae to Nanakuli, we have 6 solar farms. We don't benefit anything from none of these solar farms, none in it. Everybody wants a solar farms in the dry area. Everybody wants a landfills all in our area. We don't benefit from any of it. But what I have a problem, and I will support Mr. Awo's recommendation and Commissioner Helm, thank you very much, because outreach is very important. And even through the COVID, we need to outreach and get whether the wait list or the beneficiaries input. We cannot rush these kind of things. We're always at the last minute hour. We got to put something on the agenda, then we got to comment by August 25th. You know, and so we avoid the whole thing of participation, and that's really important. But I remember in December 2019, we had Nanakuli Regional Plan update. That was deferred by you, Mr. Chair. You deferred that item. We didn't get an opportunity. My main question was waiting for that chance to ask, Nanakuli Regional update, what were we going to update? We didn't get a chance to do that. But please consider, commissioners, when the Nanakuli community had met months and months to do the regional plan, we adopted it, that there were no discussion of any solar farm on Nanakuli Ranch. We had other discussions to utilize that ranch for, that beautiful ranch, that Ahupua'a area. So for me, I will support anything else which on the scale list that you see, Maui, Molokai, there's a lot of Molokai, and Hawaii, Mike is open up in Hawaii, he'll give that away. But for the Nanakuli Ranch, our only pristine Ahupua'a, when you come into Nanakuli, we gotta preserve, we gotta kuka. We wanna talk about it. We want input because, you know, we lack of parks, we lack of this. Yes, I understand. We need to get income. But you're coming into the country and you're bringing more solar, and we already have 6 solars, Hawaiian Electric plant is right in our area, the kahe, when we come in. Do we get anything? We don't benefit anything from this. So I am asking my commissioners to consider my area, Nanakuli Ranch, that parcel that we only have now when you come into the pristine Nanakuli Ahopu'aha. That's the only area open land space that we have now. And so, like I say, it's a slap on the wrist when you tell these people we met, adopted the Nanakuli Regional Plan, and no solar discussion was arranged in the future for that. So how we're going to go back and say now we want to update you and we want to put solar into that plan? Only pilikia. So I think the committee of the general plan that you guys established is going to be very, very important. And so I will support Mr. Helms' woes is that community outreach, because I lived there. I live close by Series 7 in that Ahupu'aha. So with that, I want to express that I will not rush to support something like this when it affects the Nanakuli Ranch, the Nanakuli Ahupu'aha, and I didn't even, this is the first time I heard of it. So we didn't even get a chance to talk. And I think it's very important as for me as a commissioner, I take this, very seriously in my Ahupu'aha. So thank you very much.
Okay, Patty, thank you. That's why we have these
That's
submittals
right.
for the commission.
Correct. Exactly.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make some comments.
Yes.
Based on the available hosting capacity, and this is still subject to maybe confirmation consultation with our renewable energy consultants, but seems like the amount of land out of the 448 acres will only be maybe no more than 7 acres or maybe 10 at the most. And secondly, one of our major goals in this particular solicitation, because it's geared towards CBRE or community-based renewable energy projects, is that we're going to try and see if we can get some participation by our beneficiaries in the project itself, perhaps as subscribers, and find some way to maximize their participation when we negotiate with the prospective developers. So that's one thing that we will be looking for in their proposals.
Okay, so you're talking about 7 or 8 acres, yeah, Nanakuli. But let's go back to that too. That 7 or 8 acres in the ranch. Where specifically? There's nothing that we can see right now, as far as that area that you're talking about. What's 7 and 8 acres, and where is this? In the ranch.
Yeah, so Commissioner, that's precisely where we are. It's a chicken and an egg right now. So
okay, then why are we supporting a chicken and an egg and ahead of time? We should kind of wait.
Because that's the process that if we want to participate in HECO's future PPEs, then we have to at least show them what lands are potentially available, and then the potential respondents then come to us. So we can't tell you that it could be that nobody is interested in Nanakuli because, for example, the sun only shines there half of the day because
and the traffic is bad, so don't bring them in Nanakuli. Traffic is bad. You know that, Bill.
Right, but we have to have additional information before we can have a reasonable conversation. Is all I'm saying. Okay. I'm gonna go back up again because I think there's still more questions. So Randy. You're on mute, Randy.
Okay, so in an effort to put things into context and trying to be practical moving forward, I recognize that we're not necessarily able to do an immediate paradigm shift on our current process. And what I'm suggesting as a result is that in the formulation of a new general plan, that we use that opportunity to create a long-term new vision and operational plan for the department in how we go about soliciting beneficiary comments before certain submittals are brought before us. So that's what I see more as a long-term paradigm shift rather than an immediate shift. To your question, what beneficiaries are we talking about? I think it's a fair question. And again, I think that's a question that should go to the investigative committee during the general plan. And then the third thing is, I totally get the revenue generating value of these renewable energy projects because we are chronically underfunded by the legislature. And until things improve, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to act in ways that are responsible in generating additional income that goes toward the benefit of our beneficiaries. So that's it for me, I think, unless something else comes up.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Zachary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with Randy. You know, I think it's really important and vital that we give the beneficiaries an opportunity when we go through the general plan and include them and give them that opportunity to provide their input. But at the same time, you know, for Molokai, you know, there is a solar project that will be developed soon next to the existing Miko facility. And it's a pretty huge project. And I'm not sure how much more can Miko accept as far as solar energy for the island of Molokai. So I just wanted to point that out. So, you know, that'll be really interesting. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Zach, I just want to remind you, we have one more potential solar project on Molokai, and that is to provide power potentially for our pumps for our water system. So
that I know about. Yeah. Thank you.
Mahalo. David?
Nothing further on this, but I do think at some point we should identify. I think there is a bright line as to when beneficiary consultation is required. And I think we should at least review that with everybody because, and if we need to change it, we can change it. But I think that has been determined by administrative rules. But I think sometimes the beneficiaries get confused as far as when beneficiary consultation is required. I think for something like this, absolutely it's required. But I think we should have that review or have it somewhere, maybe on our website, because I think there's an expectation that every action that we take for some beneficiaries, they believe that it requires beneficiary consultation. So I think we need to clarify that. And if we need to change it, we'll change it. But just so there's no confusion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I've been informed it is on our website, but I also think that we have new commissioners, so perhaps we should have planning do a workshop on it again to cover it. So next month. Russell, you've been kind of quiet.
Well, I'm one of those new commissioners trying to understand all of this. I think I support moving the decision-making to the chair because I understand the necessity for expediency to stay in the program. And I generally think renewable energy is the way that the state is moving as stated by our state government, our leaders, and I think we need to be part of that. So but I do understand the need for beneficiaries to understand and to have an opportunity to comment. But given the expediency of the current situation, perhaps we go ahead with what has been suggested, but look to improve the process prospectively going forward. But for this current round, given the deadlines and whatnot, I would support what's being asked.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Pauline?
I'm good, thank you.
Mahalo, Pauline.
Chair.
Dennis? Oh, hold on. Who was that?
Mike,
Yeah, Mike.
you skipped me.
I'm sorry, Mike, I skipped you. You're right.
All right, that's okay.
Thanks for the intervention.
No offense, yeah. I wanted to quickly mention with what David mentioned about beneficiary consultation policy. And in the minutes during our last meeting, we did talk about it, but a workshop would be beneficial for me. So I wanted to mention that on the beneficiary consultation policy. I also wanted to echo. I like Commissioner Awo's points about the general plan, and including all of these concerns we have for long term. I also wanted to mention to Patty that I get the sense that it's like we've made a decision and it's the end, and we're not going to have our pristine ahupua'a. I don't think that's the fact. I mean, there's a lot more that has to be done in the process with regards to looking at the available lands. We don't even know what kind of development. I mean, yeah, we say solar, maybe batteries, et cetera, but I believe there'll be lots of time for us as a commission, for beneficiaries to really chime in. It's just a matter of, fitting the pieces in. And so I just want to say it's not the end. We're not going to lose lands, without proper vetting. But sometimes we like to jump to the end result provision. Yeah.
Too fast. Thank you.
That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Oh, by the way, with the benefits, Patty, maybe you can get free electricity from Mananakuli Ranch.
Okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Mike,
We got people there.
Passing you. Thank you. Dennis?
Thank you for your input.
No further comments. I think we've beat this one to death. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Patty, one more time. You're muted.
Thank you for your input, Mike. We have no discount electricity from Hawaiian Electric that is located close to Anakuli. So I wanted to make sure you understand that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're Mana'o. And so we will preserve and we will continue to preserve Ahupua'a in Anakuli. So aloha.
Okay, so mahalo. So I think I hear two general thoughts. One is, as we go forward with the general plan, to take a more comprehensive look and have more comprehensive discussion about future lands that may be available for renewable energy projects. I also hear there's some concern about delegating too much authority to the chair, so I will yield that authority very carefully, given the fact that we have timelines, and assure you that there will be lots of discussion with community in terms of the all of the land dispositions, right of entries, and all of these things that are sure to follow afterwards. So I take that very seriously, and so does the staff. So if there is no further discussion, or I don't hear any motions to
one more.
Go ahead, Andy.
William, one more, and this is going to be quick, sorry. And this is more a clarification remark. So again, our Mokopuni Council expressed strong objection to 15,000 acres being set aside for renewable energy production. But I'm looking at the submittal, and it's actually what it says is up to 1,000 acres due diligence to eventually utilize 500 acres under a general lease. So that's just to clarify, it's not the entire 15,000 acres. they're going to work within that 15,000 acres, due diligence on 1,000, 500 for general lease. So I just wanted to enter that into the record.
Okay, Randy, thank you. And that's based on our experience with
community.
what we've learned about the AINA there and what we've learned through 2 negotiations to date. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this one.
Commissioner Wolf,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Kapu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalifi,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo,
Aye.
Commissioner Neves,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Ole,
Chair Ida.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And with your permission, commissioners, I think we're all in need of a break. So 15-minute break. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Get every commissioner back. Okay, welcome back, commissioners. Meeting back in session. The next agenda item is F2. Kahana, can you go over the recommended motion?
Prior to going over the recommended action and recommended motion, we have Scott Abrigo, who's the president for KCDC, is going to do a short presentation for some of the newer commissioners and give you a slight overview of who and what KCDC is. Scott?
Hello, Mai. Thank you, Chair Ayla, and aloha to all the commissioners. My name is Scott Abrigo. I'm the president of Lake Development Corporation, KCDC. And I thought it'd be good to do a real brief presentation on who KCDC is, board members, and what are the work we do in our community. So what I'll do is share my screen and do the brief presentation.
Just confirming with commissioners, can you hear?
Pretty broken up.
Okay, it's Scott.
So again, it's Kapolei Community Development Corporation, or KCDC. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that basically serves the homesteads Malohai, Kopea, Kanehili, Ulukaha'i in the Kapolei region. We were founded on the tenets of community, culture, education, and partnerships. And importantly, we're a volunteer non-paid board. So we do get support from experts. I have David Lau on the line with me today to handle any technical questions in regards to our amendment. and he's attorney with Iminaka Sato. This is our board. We have 9 members on our board. All the members of our board is from our homesteads. We thought it was important to have homestead participation on the board, and right now with 9, we have a good board makeup among all the homesteads. In 2008, KCDC was granted 2 parcels from the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Our first parcel is up on the top left corner. It's 22,000 square feet. That's where we have our Kapolei Heritage Center, and that parcel was designated for community use. The parcel on the bottom right corner is a 4.9-acre site, and that's a commercial property. And that parcel was intended to really support our community parcel up on the top left. And so the 2 parcels kind of work together. One is a community gathering area, and then the larger parcel, the 4.9-acre parcel, was meant to provide the resources to support the community parcel. This is our Kapolei Heritage Center. It's located adjacent to the Hawaiian Homes headquarters. This center is constructed, managed, and operated by KCDC, and it's really the conduit for how KCDC serves our Kapolei Homestead region. In 2016, we completed our phase 1 of the Kapolei Heritage Center. It has 2 classrooms, a certified kitchen. Our users go online to book the use of these facilities. We average about 350 people a week, 1,400 a month, and over 16,000 annual. And these numbers are post-COVID. Due to COVID, we've decided to shut our center down and limit gathering. And so right now, our center isn't open other than for COVID response initiatives that KCDC is doing for our community. We have a proposed phase 2. This is our allow. We envision a facility that can accommodate up to 350 people. It'll be a flex space, or we could divide it up into smaller spaces for classrooms. We'll probably have to build a parking lot with this space. It would accommodate large events, think baby luau's, graduation parties, large meetings, and it'll be more space for our programs. So this is our goal. We're looking at, we envision starting this up, and really the impetus for this project would be our Ho'omaka project, which I'll review with you folks later. Our progress. So KCDC does a lot of work. We believe that to build our capacity, we need to partner. And so we partnered with a lot of groups, including the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, our homestead associations, Uluwai Kamehameha Schools, Alulike, Ukulele Project Hawaii, HCF, to name a few. Some of our programs include our Kupuna and Keiki programs with Alulike and Keiki Ka'aina. We run that on a weekly basis. Pre-COVID, these programs are looking to restart up probably the beginning of the new year based on where we are with COVID. We also have free ukulele classes. We partnered with Ukulele Project Hawaii. The classes was on Monday. These classes are currently on hold. And then we partnered with Kamehameha Schools on a Honouliuli educational fair. We did our 2nd annual fair in January of this year. And really this fair focuses on education opportunities in Kapolei region that are Hawaiian focused. Finally, we have our Hapai Pohaku Scholarship. We funded a $50,000 endowment together with our homestead associations, and it yields a $2,000 annual scholarship. We've had 2 recipients since this scholarship has been created, and really it's designed to assist Kapolei Homestead students pursuing higher education. And then we did partner with Papakolea a few months ago and did a homestead health survey. This survey went out to all of our 1,043 homesteaders in Kapolei. We got a 30% return rate. Right now, Papakolea together with Kula and University of Hawaii is going through the surveys, collecting the results, and we should be getting some preliminary data probably in a month or so. and that data would be important for KCDC as well as our communities to figure out next steps on how we address health, socioeconomic conditions, family units, and whatnot in our community. So we're excited to get that data and look what the future is in regards to health and community in Kapolei. And then lastly, with COVID, a lot of our programs got impacted with COVID. And so KCDC kind of diverted its attention to what we call COVID response. How do we respond? How do we meet the needs of our community during this COVID time? And so we partnered with a lot of partners, Kamehameha Schools, Kroc Center, Alolike, CNHA, Hawaii Community Foundation, to name a few. And that resulted in over 38,000 meals being distributed through KCDC as well as our homestead associations. That included meals from Kamehameha Schools, Kroc, Alolike, and then we also had over 500 USDA boxes come through KCDC and our homesteads. So 38,000 meals was distributed. We completed that initiative July 13th. And so at this moment, we're not doing any distributions. Along with the food distribution, we did over 1,100 COVID kits that included workbooks, pens, hand sanitizers, information, all in one kit, and we distributed that out to our community. And then finally, we've raised over $15,000 in gift cards for our community, and we're partnering with CNHA to distribute these gift cards to help our community, get their essential needs, whether it's diapers or toilet paper or water or gas. So we've been lucky to have a lot of good partners that have donated gift cards as well as resources for this initiative. So that's kind of been our COVID response to this point. And I'll kind of move forward. So as I mentioned before, we have 2 parcels that was awarded to KCDC. The top left is our Kapolei Heritage Center parcel. The bottom right is our 4.9 acre commercial parcel, which we named Ho'omaka. In 2014, we had early talks with KZ. KZ Companies is a developer that basically develops longs throughout the Pacific region. So any longs you see in Hawaii has been developed by KZ. The recent projects they've opened is the new longs in Nanakuli, Makaha, as well as some in town. And Ho'omaka was a great site for future longs. Ho'omaka basically means to begin. We see this property as being kind of will provide KCDC with the necessary resources for us to continue the work that we do. And that resources would come in the form of lease rents that KCDC would collect from KZ for the use of these lands. So I have some real high level pictures. This is a plan view of what Ho'omaka will look like. We are probably about 97% complete with construction drawings on this project. The anchor tenant would be the Long's Drugs, and that's located on the right of your screen. On the bottom left of the screen is Hele Gas with a 7-Eleven. Above Hele is our third tenant, which is Chick-fil-A. And so those 3 longs, Hele, Chick-fil-A, is really the anchor tenants of Ho'omaka. That small parcel, I don't know if you can see my arrow, this small unit right here is what we call Unit 3. What's exciting about Unit 3 is that KCDC does have 1,200 square feet as part of that Unit 3. And this is what we call our eleemosynary space. And this space would allow KCDC to continue or further develop or increase our community programming in our community. So we're excited about having 1,200 square feet in a commercial space, and we look forward to what that would look like. So this is a plan view of our eleemosynary space. Again, it's 1,200 square feet. It's embedded in Ho'omaka. We would go out to our community to get community consultation on what that space could be, but we envision, a space that could maybe be an incubator for economic development within our community. So it could be a lot of different things. And so as Ho'omaka comes up, KCDC will have a presence in Ho'omaka, and we like to think that we would be the Pico of Ho'omaka kind of moving forward. So I think we come before you today with, an amendment to General Lease 290. This amendment would kind of pave the way via easement agreement, and as well as an extension to our schedule. COVID has impacted our project tremendously. There's a tremendous challenge for us as well as our partners, considering the environment of our economy right now. We don't know what's going to happen in a year, but I think moving forward with the amendment allows us at least the opportunity to continue to push this project forward. And so, again, on the screen is kind of our vision of what Ho'omaka will look like. We're probably as closest as we've ever been on realizing Ho'omaka. And I humbly ask, for the commission to favorably consider our request for an amendment to General Lease 290. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Kahana. And if the commission does have any questions, I can take questions when that time comes.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Mahalo, Scott. With that being said, item number F2, LMD is seeking the approval to amend to the amendment of General Lease 290, Kapolei Community Development Corporation, located in East Kapolei, Oahu. TMK is listed 91151, parcel number 2.
Okay. Do we have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
So moved.
Again, for clarification, this is a two-part motion. This is a two-part motion, yeah? Part A is seeking that the commission declare and grant a perpetual non-exclusive easement for pedestrian, vehicular, and other access and utilities over, under, across, and through Kekahili Street, pertinent to and for the benefit of the benefited property, subject to the conditions as listed. Part B is to amend General Lease 290 as follows. There's a bunch of amendments to the general lease that'll be made, or that is proposed.
So commissioners, are there any questions? Comments?
I have one. Sure.
Okay, so it seems like there are a lot of questions, so I'll go down the list, starting with Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My only comment is I'm always extremely impressed with this presentation. It demonstrates a lot of creative and successful initiatives for a community. And I know there are other Hawaiian Homes communities that thrive as well in their own right. But I do sometimes wonder, what is your secret sauce, and what parts of this can be replicated, because it's pretty expansive, the many things that you've been able to achieve for your community.
Thank you, Randy. Zachary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I gotta say, Scott's folks are a huge role model for many of the Hawaiian communities, and difficult task is great example for our Hawaiian community. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I wish you all the best.
Mine is blurby.
Any questions, comments, David?
Yeah, sorry. Whatever Zach was saying, I couldn't hear because it was just all.
Oh.
Zachary, we'll go back up. Zachary, would you like to state it again?
Okay, can you hear me loud and clear?
I can now.
Okay. I was just saying that Scott's presentation and their plans for their community is awesome, and they're a great role model for all of our Hawaiian homestead communities, and I don't know how you do it and how your organization does it, but it seems like you're pretty well organized. And, thank you for your presentation. And I wish you luck.
Okay, thank you, Zachary. Randy, sorry. Let's go back to David. Did you want to add anything?
I just had some particular questions regarding, for example, paragraph 6 and 5. When you compare those, the language that's being amended who makes up Omaka Marketplace LP?
Can you repeat the question, David? Sorry.
So on page 4,
yes,
there's paragraph 5, and so you're saying you're deleting what's in paragraph 5 and you're inserting a new last paragraph of Article 4, Section 10, titled subletting. So in this subletting, KZ Companies, which we're talking about, apparently has assigned its interest to Ho'omaka Marketplace LP. That's what's being inserted. I'm just asking, who is Ho'omaka Marketplace LP?
Okay. Scott?
Ho'omaka Marketplace LP is the new entity. They're an LLC created by KZ to take on the lease. And so maybe David Lau, if you can maybe expand on that comment.
Aloha, Commissioners. I'm David Lau of Imanaka Asato, and I'm helping Scott and KCDC with this lease. As Scott said, Ho'omaka Marketplace LP is the special purpose entity created and controlled by KZ Companies for the purposes of developing the project under the lease.
So who's the general partner then in this limited partnership?
That would be Mark Zimmerman, who is the one of the founding proprietors of KZ Companies.
Okay. and who would make up the other limited partners, if I can ask?
I can get that information for the commission. I don't have that on hand.
Okay, thanks. And then Kahana, in looking at the next two paragraphs, paragraphs 7 and 8, you're deleting Article 5, which allows the chairman to extend the construction period for 3 years. Can you just tell me why that's being deleted?
I defer that to Scott and or Mr. Lau.
Sure, I can explain that. In an earlier version of the general lease, there was this provision that allowed the chairman to extend a 3-year construction period. But in one of the earlier amendments, that 3-year construction period was written out of the lease. I'm not too sure why, but it looks like when it was amended, they forgot to also remove this extension powers. So really, this Section H was in there referring to this extension power for a period that no longer was applicable under the lease. So this was kind of just cleaning up the language of the lease as it stands.
Okay, and that's part of the problem, I think, in getting these amendments piecemeal without being able to look at the entire documents or some prior history, so that when you're reading it, we can understand exactly why these additions or deletions are being requested. I think it would be helpful, number one, for Kahana to understand why these are being requested. And then two, to lay it out for us in a kind of a simple manner so we understand the background as to what the reason is. Because right now I can see the differences in the language, but I have no context as far as why it's there and why it's being requested to be changed. Since you're on the line, can you explain why paragraph 9 is being, Article 5, Section 15I is being amended in its entirety?
Sure. So Article 5, Section 15I, that speaks to the condominium property regime. That's part of the project. And what the amendment here does is it speaks to the DHHL's approval of the plans, as Scott was showing, as well as plans that was submitted already to DHHL. So that's the first part of this amendment of the section. And the second part was requested by the developer, KZ Companies, and it goes into the unit owner of the condominium units. So under Hawaii Revised Statutes 514B, the condominium statute, the unit owner is the entity or the person that has title to the units, and they're the ones that would have the rights of the unit owner, such as voting rights when it comes to controlling the common areas of the condominium regime. But the developer wanted to make clear that as long as the general lease 290 and the sublease, so the ground lease, was in place, that the developer would be deemed the unit owner, so that they would be the ones who would be controlling the common areas of the condominium regime.
So in essence, the developer will never turn over that ownership to an association, that it'll retain the rights as being the owner of all units.
Yes, unless it sells its interests with the proper permissions that are required under the lease, the general lease and the sublease.
And then Kahana, in here, it says that lessor has approved the condominium document submitted to lessor for its prior written approval. That was not contained in the prior paragraph 15I. So has that approval taken place? I mean, I don't remember if we did that as a commission.
I would have to check that.
Okay, because I don't remember it. We may have, but I don't remember that we approved the condominium documents. So if we can check, and I wouldn't want to approve this amendment without making sure that we have previously approved the condo doc.
Okay.
Back in 2016, I think the commission had granted preliminary approval of the CPR, and KCDC needed to come back to the commission with the final CPR. And in that preliminary approval, they did delegate the approval of the CPR to the chair.
But so, there probably should be, if that has happened, and I'm not sure that it has, it should probably recite when that approval was obtained, and so a date that it was approved by the chair, if that's who approved it. So I just want to make sure that we're covering all the bases for this.
Yep.
I don't have any objection to the project. I just want to make sure I understand what we're approving. Thank you.
In regards to the CPR, we haven't recorded the CPR. You know, we've taken our time because the project has definitely evolved over time. the project that I did present, we feel pretty comfortable. Again, we have, 90%, 95% construction drawings for that project. And so we do have a final CPR map that I think is before DHHL for consent and approval. And that is working concurrently with this amendment.
Thank you. I just haven't seen it yet, so, and maybe that's not within our Kuleana.
Okay, David, I'll just point out that all of these amendments have been run through Jason. And then if you prefer, what we can do is hold off on decision-making till Kahana is able to answer your question to later in the meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Anything else, David?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
No, I don't have any questions, but just wanted to comment. It was a very great, nice presentation, Scott. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Russell?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Hey, how's it, Scott? Nicely done. Can you put your site plan back up on the screen? Or your drawing, your lot drawing?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I shut that part down.
So that's okay. While you're doing that, I was gonna just ask you to point out again, part of the action today was the easement for access. I just wanted you to kind of highlight that for me. That's on the fire station side of the right?
Yeah. Yes.
And then the second question, I think your drawing shows two boxes. One, big boxes. One is long. What's the second box then? If you're able to share.
Okay, I have it up. I'm sharing my screen. So you folks should see the site plan back up. For the easement agreement, the easement agreement is really for this access point. This is, if you can see my arrow, this is Kakahili Street. It's an internal street within the Kanahili homestead. And so we are seeking an easement agreement for this access point and this access point into our property. When we looked at the land dispositions for our site, we didn't have any easements that allowed for access. And moving forward with the CPR as well as our subleases with the various tenants, the easement agreement would be the basis for a lot of those agreements. And sorry, what was your second question, Commissioner?
The second box in the site plan, not the long big box, but the other one. What's the plan for that space, or do you have a prospective tenant identified for that one?
Okay, so this box, we have KCDC is part of this box. We have 1,200 square feet.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I was talking about the box right above Long's Drugs in the drawing.
Oh, right above. So this is unit 4. So we have Long's Drugs here. This one right now, we don't have a tenant. We've looked at a grocer, we've looked at some auto repair shops. It's really designed as a mid-box. And then when COVID hit, a lot of the economy and financials kind of disappeared. So as of today, we don't have a tenant for unit 4. So we are going forward with the 3 tenants that we do have: Long's, Hele, and Chick-fil-A. And unit 4, they're still working on it. There's been some talk with some local companies in terms of like a auto or tire type company. Lex Brody's comes to mind. But all of that negotiations is still pending. And so, yes, that fourth box is important for us. But with the amendment, that'll allow us to continue negotiations and try to fill that fourth box.
Okay. Thanks. And then, Chair, my only other comment was I would like to see the condo docs also. And in addition to the map, the declaration and the bylaws for the condo would be good.
Would you like to see those before decision making, or is that necessary?
What did you already approve that per the approval process that was set up in the prior amendment?
We'll check on that and have the answer for you, as well as David's answer.
Okay. So if you've done that already, I'd like to get a copy just to take a look at myself.
Yeah.
I'm turning to Kana. He said we better check before we answer your question.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Russell. Pauline? Pauline? Okay, I don't see her on the screen. Okay, so we'll come back. Dennis?
Scott, thanks for the presentation. Very well done. My only question is on your access, the gas station access. It seems like there's only one access in, and then, all the traffic has to go through the marketplace to get out. Is that by design, or is that some restrictions getting out on the main street?
So it is by design as well as restrictions. Originally, our property only had access off Kikahili, and that's the easement agreement that we're seeking from the commission today. But if you go back, I'll put the plan up again. So what was important for us to move the plan forward was to get another access point in. And so this large road on the bottom of the plan is the North South Road, or what is this? What's the name of this road? It's a DOT road. And so we are seeking a right turn in from this DOT highway into our property. And we're close. To get that right turn in. But this is a very important access point from the DOT highway into Omaka. It would allow through traffic get into our property. So you are correct. We have two access points off Kekahili as well as an in-access point from the adjacent highway. Along this side of the property, which is the left side of the property, is Kapolei Parkway. Limited access because of the intersections that we have at Kikahili as well as this highway. And so we weren't allowed to put another access point on this side. So we are coming in through Kikahili as well as Kualaka'i. That's our main access points in. And we've done a traffic study, and we're currently working with DOT on this access point in.
Okay, very good. Yeah, my only concern was that, in times of fuel shortage, you could have quite a mess in there if it's caught in that corner, in that section. But you got to do what you got to do with what you have. Anyway, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Going back to Pauline.
Hi. I don't remember this particular lease, and I know I would have remembered it because this is an area that I'm familiar with in that community. Anyway, I have the same questions that are still outstanding. So I think that we need to make sure that we have done the due diligence in all of the questions that are still outstanding. So that's my only comment, that we should make sure that we've done whatever the other commissioners have requested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pauline. Patty?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, thank you very much for your presentation and the commissioner's input. I think what Dennis, Mr. Nevis on the DOT right away into the input of the property is so important. That was one of our main concerns on Farrington Highway when we did the Nanakuli Village, how to get ingress and outgress of the traffic off Farrington Highway. They resolved that with DOT. So that was really important because the other important thing when you have these buildings, especially longs, is where does the commercial vehicles unload? And so that is another consideration of these commercial vehicles coming in. Will it impact the residents in that area? So that's another concern. I commend KCDC for all their hard work through the years. I know a lot of your board members, they're also residents, people that I work with. Akamai, very, very big-hearted for their community. I've done a lot of food bank in that property. And with Kanahili Homestead, we've done furniture giveaways, we've done all these senior boxes with your group there. So I commend what your vision is. At first, as a homestead in Nanakuli, we were so hardship when Nanakuli Village came out. But now that the project came out, we're looking at the need and the necessity of what it provided to the homestead. We have Longs working out really great. They're great people. We have Wendy's. You should put Taco Bell, Scott. And then we have what you call Starbucks. And so we also have certain areas where homesteads can come in and open up shop. So we get the opportunity for beneficiaries to also open up shop, which is really important, you know, to work with that, how they can malama that area. I wanted to ask you, so when you say Ho'omaka Market LP, correct?
Yes.
Is this a mainland firm? Are they from California?
KZ, so Homaka LP, the main partner is KZ and Mark Zimmerman. Mark Zimmerman and KZ is from the mainland.
California, correct, yeah.
But he is the developer of choice for Long's drugs in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And so any
Ho'omaka Marketplace is registered under Ho'omaka Marketplace, which you described that's the name of the entire venue, correct? The shopping center.
Yes.
Correct. So my question is, they're not in very good standing under DCCA right now. And so they're not in very good standing. I'm not sure when they're going to file their 2020s. And then the other thing with the partnership in DCCA, it noted that it says shall continue until dissolve or terminate. So I'm not sure what Ho'omaka Market is intent with that on DCCA filing. I'm curious to find out. I know just doing research, KCZ Incorporated was filed just last year in March, but I would take a look at their DCC filing, Ho'omaka Market, and maybe you can explain what shall their partnership term in the DCCA state of Hawaii says shall continue until dissolve or terminate. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe your attorney can describe that to me. I'm kind of puzzled. I'm just like a DCCA person when I look up businesses, and it's good to know the balance of what kind of businesses come in. I'm not opposing the project. I'd like to see those projects come through. In fact, it will benefit so many homesteaders, even the department. They can walk right next door and get some food and everything. But I think a lot of my colleagues in the commission did express concerns. It's not an opposition to me, but I just want to see the T's crossed, the I's dotted, and we move forward together. So Ho'omaka Marketplace, if they're going to start with Ho'omaka Malama Lama in Kapolei, is that I think they should make sure that their good standing is off of the DCCA filing in the state of Hawaii. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Was the attorney for Ho'omaka, the project for KCDC, did you have an answer with regards to the standing? I think you're on mute.
Oh.
Scott?
David, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We're gonna need to follow up with them about their filing with the DCCA.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yes. You're on mute again, Patty.
Also, follow up with what the partner term mean by shall continue until dissolve or termination. I'd like to know the description of that whole MACA filing on that DCCA.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Going back up one more time, any other questions from any commissioners? Okay, we are going to defer this until later in the commission meeting this afternoon. So Scott, thank you very, very much. We're going to go to agenda item H1.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate it.
Just a heads up, after H1, then we'll go into exec session. We'll take a short break and then go into exec session. And so Rodney is up for H1.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good
Item number H1 provides a report on the financial impact to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund as it relates to the postponement of mortgage loans. So the way I approached this is I took a macro level looking at the cash flows, which is the cash inflows and outflows, and then I drilled down into the subsidiary ledger. There's about 1,100 loans in the subsidiary ledger. That's our loans receivable ledger. So starting on the macro level, the primary sources of cash inflow into this Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund is from transfers from the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund, which is about $5.5 million, and loan principal repayments. And this includes reimbursements from the NAHASA loan funds because the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund has been advancing to set up the loans in the general loan fund, and then it gets reimbursed with the NAHASA federal funds. So there's about $2 million that got reimbursed from NAHASA for the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund. And then the cash receipts that comes in from the actual principal payment from the homesteaders is about $3 million a year. So the total cash inflow into this Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund for fiscal year 2020 was $10.6 million. Yeah. Okay. On turning to page 2, the primary cash outflow of the general loan fund was to establish new loans for the NAHASA funds, and that was about $2 million. It's about 10 to 12 loans, and the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund got reimbursed in fiscal year 2020. And then the balance of the cash inflows and outflows, as I analyzed the trial balance, is a result of refinancing of the Hawaiian Home General Loan Funds, through the loan workouts and all that, where they capitalize the interest from delinquent interests. The second part is Section 209 transactions, which are the reawards of surrendered and canceled leases where loans are involved. And advances, and the third is the advances and buyback of guarantee loans. And these are primarily the advances we make for the old farmers' home loans, their RD loans. And so these types of loans transactions offset each other. Yeah. So they weren't a big factor in the cash flow. So what we did was we looked at the last 6 months of cash receipts transactions. This is from January 2020 to June 30, 2020. So what I did was I broke it down by quarters because it's a lot easier to analyze by quarters. And what we found was for the quarter between January and March 31st, the cash inflow was $1.6 million. These numbers come directly from the subsidiary ledgers. And then between April to June 30th, the cash inflow was $1.2 million. So extrapolating the June 30 numbers and just annualizing those numbers, we project that the cash flow, if it's straight line, would be $5 million for the current year going forward. So what we did was analyze, based on those analysis, there's certain things that we want to bring to your attention. One is that besides the cash flow from the loans, the department received $2.1 million from its investments from the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund transfers. And this is for, I don't know if you recall, but the state was slow to transfer the cash pool investments for 2019 and to 2020. Well, in June 2020, they transferred $2.1 million into the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund. So that's where there's some spikes in the transfers, yeah. So that's where that $5.5 million in transfer monies came from. 3.3 million in subsidiary ledger interest payments and 2.1 million in investment monies. And then in our analysis, there's some strengths that we have in the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund. The first is the direct loans is owned wholly, we own the whole package, the asset base, yeah. So the way we analyze the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund, it's either cash or loans, and then you have the equity accounts. So what you have is a conversion of assets. So the postponement of the payments on the loans, if you look at the principal portion, it's just a timing difference because the principal is there and you have collateral. So the direct impact would be the interest income derived from these loans. And there's about 1,100 loans, about 600 of them are performing. The other thing that is a strength to us is that we have absolute control over these loans. We can respond quickly on the loans. There's clear communication between our loans people and the homesteaders. The third thing is there's a strong asset base. There's no debt. We don't owe anybody anything on these loans. The only thing is we have some contingently liable liability on the guarantee loans, but most of it, a large majority of it is those old RD loans. And then the challenges are that the volatility from this COVID pandemic. And so that in the long term, if this continues, it's going to affect our revenue trends, and then it's going to affect our budget, how we go forward with the legislature and our own internal budgeting. And it may have impact on our financial position, which is, there's only, you see the cash loans and the improvements, yeah, which is the collateral. And then the challenges, and then anyway, our current outlook is that the portfolio is stable. We have a good cash balance to manage the postponement of loans.
Okay, Rodney, thank you. I think Rodney's report was in relation to last month's request from the commission, basically outlined by David, what are our financial liabilities with continuing to defer mortgage payments. So are there any questions? Okay, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rodney. For my, just for clarification, can you guys hear me? It seems like I'm echoing. Someone else needs to go on mute then. How's that? Better? Anyway, thank you, Chair and Rodney. So just for my clarification, this report covers the first 6 months that we agreed to postpone mortgages. It's not if we pursue another 6 months, that will be something different.
No, because we don't know what the future is going to be. And what we wanted to do was to have some kind of baseline going forward, because this the postponement took effect April 1st. So we wanted to look at what was the quarter before that to have a baseline going forward.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Additional questions, comments? I see David.
Thank you, Chair. Rodney, thank you for the report. I think that's helpful. But I guess what it doesn't, the information that it doesn't is when this deferment period ends, it's difficult to project whether or not beneficiaries will be in a better position to pay. And I guess, we can't foresee that, but that is a potential impact, right? Because if, for example, of the 500 non-performing loans that we have, if half of them were then not in a position to be able to pay their mortgage, for whatever reason, and then there would be a significant financial impact to the trust fund, right?
The impact would be, we would still have the collateral, we would still have the houses. We can do workouts with the homesteaders when the economy recovers. It's not like an FHA loan where we have to pay a bank the entire amount for a loan. We actually own the loan. These loans were actually from capitalization from the state and transfers from our receipts fund. So we own everything on these loans. The cash, I think the capitalization is like $71 million. It's about close to $100 million in capitalization. So we own the whole package.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that if things keep going poorly, right? For example, if you go the next 6 months and then we're still stuck in a COVID situation, at some point it's going to have a much more negative impact. It looks like we got a hit of about 400,000 the first 3 months over the last 3 months. But I guess that's just my concern going forward.
Okay, I think, David, we all feel the same apprehension. The only solace we have is the vertical, after contested case process would come back to the department. Hopefully, we can recapitalize any losses on the loans.
Yeah, and having gone through that contested case process,
Yes.
For the last year, I mean, this just compounds things, and it puts just a huge burden, I think, on beneficiaries that cannot pay for whatever reason. And then if we have to take the house back, then we have to go resell it to somebody, plus provide them proceeds, right? So, it just becomes a difficult kind of a snowball effect. And I hope we don't reach there. I just wanted to make that point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we'd be, I think, in a difficult situation now to start the contested case processes on the delinquencies now. So let us hope for the best, and we'll deal with what happens. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else, commissioners, want to comment or question? Okay, this was for information only, so there's no vote on this. And I want to thank Rodney for all the hard work and research that he did to get you this answer. Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break and then alert our Deputy AG that we'll start on the executive session. Okay, so
Thank you.
break.